Hello, hello. Everybody, can you hear me? Hey G-Design, thanks for being here. Just opening my reference sheets. If I do need them today, do I need them? Not yet, probably. Alright. Thanks for the feedback. Alright, I'll just take a look at Twitch, if that is working or not. Let's see, this seems to work as well. Alright, hey everybody. Thanks for stopping by. As you can see... hey Pedro, hey Fall of Night. Thanks for being here. And thanks for all the likes already. 12 already, even though it shows me that there are 10 views on YouTube, so thanks everybody. So, yeah, as you can see, I have my female echorche anatomy study open, and my plan for today is to do some poly painting and detailing and maybe trying to get it to Blender to do some test renderings, just to get it more to a finished product. So, a few people in the chat. Giuseppe, hey, thanks for being here. Catman, hello to you. Pedro, what is your Instagram name? It should be the same as my YouTube channel here, so FinGB, without the space between my first name and my last name, so you should find me there. So, alright. Today it's probably gonna be a bit more repetitive on the stuff that I'm doing, since I will go through a lot of the subtools, retopologize them, do UVs, do some texturing, a bit of detailing. I hope I can find quick ways to go through all of them at once, or at least quickly through them, and then hopefully start with the shaders in Blender and do some render tests and see if I can get final presentation of the model. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with how it turned out so far. I think if I would spend another week on it, I could push it to another level, but I spent already so much time on it that I want to get it presentable and then move on to other projects. Hey Supreme Sculpts, thanks for being here. So yeah, try to be a bit more efficient today in the stuff that I'm doing and sculpting, and bringing the sculpt further along. So I will probably not, how do you say it, babble too much, but yeah, I still try to answer everything that you guys are asking in the chat, so feel free to do that at any point. Pedro, what do you make it? You mean as a final image, or so what I want this to be in the end is to be a nice rendered image that clearly shows all the different muscles and the separation between the bones and the muscles. So I will do multiple or two shaders probably, and then what I would really like to do is to get a 3D print of that model as well, just for fun, and see if it's helpful as a reference. I want to have a skeleton on one side and the muscles on the other side. So similar to this reference figure that I got from 3D Total. It's quite cool, but I don't use it that often because, I don't know, I like to study the skeleton quite a lot, and this is why I would like to print one for myself. So, hey Bam, good day to you as well. Alright, so let's see, what can I do first? I think I'm gonna do a test run of the head. So I'm trying to get the objects that I have for the head, including the skull and the muscles, and see if I can test the workflow on this one. So what I'm gonna do is to hide all of the bones that I don't need for that. So I end up just with the skull and the face muscles. And I will probably do a test render just of the skull and the head in total, just to see if the workflow works and if it makes sense to apply that to the rest of the body, or if there are other good ways to do that. So bam, what did I miss last stream? I think what you might have missed is the neck muscles. Let's see. So I added a few neck muscles here, and I think I did a few other muscles as well. Not quite sure. I added the breasts, tweaked some muscles like the obliquus externus here, which had a few gaps between the ribs still, and I think I cleaned up a little bit of the arms if I'm not mistaken. So, hey Wind, thanks for being here. You're not late at all. I just started a few minutes ago, so you made it on time. Thanks for being here. Hey Catch. Alright, so yeah, you didn't miss that much last stream. I spent a lot of time just answering questions and not getting far ahead, I would say, but today I think I will get more stuff done, hopefully. Hey Stevens, glad you made it today. Hope you're doing great. Alright, so what I'm gonna do first is I want to clean up the skull a little bit. And one thing that I like to do always is to separate the teeth from the skull. As you can see right now, they're fused together as one mesh. It made it easier in the beginning because it was faster not to do them separately. But as a cleanup, I think it makes sense to separate them now. So what I'm gonna do is I will make everything into one polygroup and then mask the teeth out. Hero, hey, thanks for being here. Blender Boy, thanks for stopping by again. You're not late at all. I just started 10 minutes ago, and I think I'm gonna go a bit longer today, depending on how I feel. But right now I think I want to push as far as I can today. So, Pedro, how long did it take to complete? Not quite sure. It's really... It's a bit hard to say for me because I did everything that you can see here on the stream, and I did a lot of talking besides sculpting. So, but I think it's maybe the 17th or 18th stream that I did. So it's, I guess, around 40 hours of work, including the talking and chatting. So probably a bit less. So, all right. So first is masking, and I think I'm gonna use the mask lasso for that, just to get a rough base. Like this. And then let's see how clean this is on the back side as well. This could have a bit more. Alright, the inside doesn't work at all, so I'm using the mask pen brush here to clean that up. And now that that is done, I'm making that into its own polygroup just to see if I missed anything. And this does look better. Alright, so what I can do next is I have my own custom menu here, but what I'm gonna do is to enable group and increase the resolution a bit so it keeps the details that I did already. And it separates the mesh for me. So this looks not too bad. So let's go in here, and what I'm gonna do next is to use the slice curve brush or should I use the slice curve brush? Let's try a cleaner solution, I think. And this is by masking every second tooth? Yeah, I think tooth. And what this will give me is the separation between the individual teeth. So it's like a checkerboard texture on all this. Hey, thanks for being here. And the one in the middle I will leave out for now, but I can polygroup these, dynamesh it again, and now I have individual teeth. And for the front part here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the delete by symmetry, mask the inner polygroup here, and push it a bit away from the symmetry line. And this way I can do mirror and weld again with a small gap in between. And by dynameshing I'm closing the holes here. And this means that I have all of the teeth separated. So let's see, what I can do next is let's split it off so they are not in the same subtool anymore. So what I'm gonna do is to hide everything of the teeth and split hidden. This way I have the teeth as a separate subtool that I can now easily clean up. I'm just dabbing slightly with the smooth brush on the teeth. I don't want to change too much of the proportions. Just want to make them separated more cleanly. And especially if I put a shader on these, this will make a huge difference. When I'm using, for example, a subsurface scattering shader, which I will probably do for this one, makes a huge difference if these objects are actually separated or not. So since these were fused together here, I just deleted by symmetry, so they're actually separated. And since teeth usually have roots, I will use the Move Topological brush here. Or, no, I will just mask it slightly here in the middle. Not gonna be too accurate here with the anatomy. A few of them have multiple roots, but this should be fine for me here. Bam, where are you going to texture it? I will just do a quick texture pass here in Zbrush For me, it's the fastest to do. And so, yeah. You could use Blender's texturing systems or Substance for that, but I want to save the extra steps to bring it into another software. And I'm not that familiar with Blender's texturing capabilities, so yeah, it would be another step for me to learn that first and then apply that. So, hey Jay, thanks for being here. Hope you're coming along nicely with your character. Glad it worked with the normal problems that you had. Oh, seems like I have RGB turned on, so no color informations yet. Alright, so a bit of sculpting here to give some detail to the transition where the teeth sit in. So Jay, I am all maps are baked except the skirt. I'm gonna just remake the total mesh because it's wonky, probably tonight. Ah, that's awesome. Yeah, you're really going strong right now. Keep up the progress, man. It's really cool. Thanks, Hero. All right. It's a bit of cleaning up here. Come on, switch to the teeth. Skull. All right, and just want to make it a bit more separated here. Jay, I'm glad you're doing teeth. I'm considering making them for tough, but haven't decided quite yet. I mean, it depends on the presentation shot that you're going for and the expression. If her mouth is open in the final rendering that you're going for, then I would probably spend a bit of time getting a proper teeth and tongue asset that you could reuse for other characters then as well. I mean, the teeth and the tongue usually don't change that much, and you could reuse the topology for those. And I'm probably giving the advice because I avoided doing like a asset that I could reuse for a while, and I haven't done it till now. I just used pre-existing assets for work, but I think it could speed up a few characters of mine as well if I would do those. So yeah, but if the expression isn't showing the teeth or the inner mouth, then you don't have to, obviously. All right. Going to do a separation here for the teeth in the back. It's always a nice detail that I like. Slay Shadow, hey! Switching over from Twitch, I guess. Oh no, it was Supreme Sculpt. Sorry for confusing you two. Jay, yeah, I think it would be just a slight grin at most. I totally about doing, but I've already spent so much time on this particular project. Yeah, maybe sometimes it's better just to move on, but if this asset comes in beneficial for your next project, then it's not it's an investment for the next one. But yeah, whatever keeps you motivated. Thanks, Hero. All right. just sharpening the edges here. Getting rid of a few bumps. Maybe I can give a little detail here and a bit of detail here in the cheek area. There's actually a hole in here that connects to the inside of the eye socket, but I'm not gonna do the actual geometry for that. Just want to include the hole here and make this one on the mandible, on the jawbone, a bit more pronounced as well. Jay, when you start making individual videos, can you do one working with the mouth? Like the best ways to be able to open and close lips and Zbrush, how to line teeth and such. It could be an interesting video. I think I'm gonna do a series about each feature, like just the eyes, just the mouth, just the nose. I did one on the ears already, so it would fit the tutorial series that I maybe started. But yeah, there are a few things that might be interesting for some of you. And it would make sense to accompany the other anatomy work that I did. So sculpting the features it just makes sense to do videos on those. Currently planning on doing a few videos on kind of the fundamentals of sculpting, like the brushes that I use, ways of blocking geometry, then when to use Dynamesh, when to use subdivision levels and stuff like that. So this is something that I'm thinking about currently. Hey Cope CG, thanks for being here. Bam, where I'm having trouble the most is on the eyes. I think this might make sense to do first of all of the features. I guess there are a lot of people that struggle with those, and it is a complicated feature, so, and one of the most important ones, so this one will come for sure. Jay, I mean more so the practicalities of working with those as subtools and such, less on the actual anatomy, if that makes sense. Like more about the technicals and tricks to work with them. That makes sense as well, yeah. Maybe I could do one on when to split models into individual objects and what advantages and disadvantages it might bring with it. If this is the direction that you suggested. Cephalopod, sorry for pronouncing your name, trying to pronounce your name. Do you have a target for this skull? The skull looks younger. I was wondering how you find reference for especially different structures like the skull. That can be quite tricky. I find to get like specific differences in skulls. I do have a reference sheet, currently opens in full screen mode, just because I scaled it last time. And I do have a few references for differences in the skull and medical phenomenons. And I don't know, probably this is kind of Photoshop, but it still looks kind of cool. And there are a few differences when it comes to ethnicities, and in general, like age is a factor as well. But yeah, try to start a library maybe on your own, and whenever you see interesting skulls, just put them on there, just to see how they compare to each other. And I will upload this one here, this anatomy sheet, to my Patreon page in the next days, probably by the end of this week. And if anyone's interested in that, the link to my Patreon is in the description below. Alright. Slay Shadow Sir, Wednesday stream time change. Yeah, yesterday I didn't felt like streaming would be a good idea, so I switched it to today. But it was more of a spontaneous decision. So sorry for anyone that anticipated a stream yesterday. Yeah. Rush, I don't like to interrupt while you work, but I saw the full model at the start of the stream and I have to say it looks amazing. Thanks a lot. Glad you like it. Catch, wow, this looks like an amazing pure riff board. Yeah, it took a while. It developed along with the study itself. So when I started the study, I didn't have that much on it. I did a search just at an evening, if I'm not mistaken, and added more and more as the study went by. And now it grew quite a lot over the last weeks, and I think it's quite helpful for the next studies that I might do in this area or whenever it comes to anatomy. So it doesn't have to start this way. It's definitely something that grows over time. All right. Just trying to make the teeth a little bit better. Right now they're quite rough and not as refined. So in order to make it even better, I will separate them next as well. So, and I'm using the masking for this. So front side or the back side, and now the front. I'm trying to keep all the arcs of the jaw still intact. And it seems like all of them, or the border could be slightly expanded. So what I'm gonna do is to inverse the mask, blur it once, and then sharpen it again. And this way it's expanded across the border. Not quite enough here actually. But yeah, I don't have to be too exact here. So what I'm gonna do next is Control W to make it into its individual polygroup, then groups for Dynamesh turned on, increase the resolution a little bit, and it's separated here. And the same as with the upper row of teeth, masking every second teeth here, and this way I can separate them as well. Alright, separation, whoop, and I'm using delete by symmetry, turn off symmetry, use the move brush just to move the teeth a bit away from the symmetry line. And what this will do is to keep a gap between the middle tooth when I use the mirror and weld function. And there we go. All of them are separated. And I do split hidden as well, and this will give me a separate subtool. Alright. Just a bit of cleaning up here. Sometimes I forget to turn on symmetry again, so... Mojo, Stefan, bist du hier? Hey Mojo. Wer versteckt sich eigentlich hinter dem Namen? Just a message to Mojo. Don't know who that is, but it might be that I know him. Slave Shadow, yes sir, how do you change teeth color? Means shift F or masking. What I did was to use, let's isolate that here. When you hit Control W, everything that's visible gets put into a polygroup. And on the other hand, everything that's masked is becoming its individual polygroup as well. So this is what I use quite a lot. Alright, let's use the move topological brush just to push these things here around a little bit to make them more distinguishable from each other. Alright, that doesn't look too bad. And what I'm gonna do next is to create the roots for the teeth, the same as with the ones above. And it's really rudimentary right now. I'm not spending too much time on the anatomical accuracy of those. Just want to have a nice transition to the jawbone. Shift W. No, it's Control W actually. I'm not quite sure if it's different on Mac, but yeah, as far as I know, or when I try it, it's Control W for the masked stuff or for the stuff that's visible. Alright, smoothing out the transitions just a little. Oh wow. Let's see. Alright. Sometimes something is a bit wrong with the Dynamesh and the groups option, but then yeah, probably a bit of smoothing or adjusting, just wiggling the geometry a little bit around fixes this. It's just a bug if I'm not mistaken. seems like it picked the color that I currently have to use or to fill the gaps when dynameshing the groups, but it's fine. You're welcome, Slay. Alright, this is done. I think one thing that I'm gonna do for the eye socket here is to deepen the area of the bone. Right now it was very shallow, and I want to push it deeper in. Alright, there's a small detail here as well. Usually. Mojo, yeah, that's true. And everyone, you don't have to call me sir. Cephalopod, are these streams archived somewhere? Yes, they're archived for my patrons. I have a playlist with all of these available there. Let me just open it just to see how many there are actually. Let's see. Live stream archive. So these are the streams that I did already. It's 27 videos, and this playlist is available through my Patreon page. So if you want to support my stuff, you can check out the links in the description, and there should be quite a lot of valuable stuff in there, hopefully. And you could also join our Discord channel, which is really cool. People are sharing their stuff that they work on there, and we give each other feedback. So if you're interested in that, feel free to join. All right. Now this looks much cleaner than before. And what I can do now is to let's see. I think I'm gonna use subdivision, free subdivision level, and then use the zero mesher. So by doing the free subdivision levels on an extra added subdivision, I can reproject all of the details once it's zero meshed. And this will hopefully save the details a bit better. It worked quite well, but I think I would need to have even more subdivisions there, so yeah, it would probably make sense to duplicate it and then do the zero mesh and reproject all of the details. Spinetic, hello, have a nice stream, by the way. Is $1 enough for that playlist? This is for the $2 tier, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so for the $1 tier you get access to the Discord channel, and for the $2 it's the live stream archives. So alright, now that I have those, in place. Let's see, I can subdivide it a few times and then project all. Let's see if I should disable the upper teeth. So, Laurent, hey, thanks for being here. Spinetti, can you show just teeth? Just interested from different angles. Oh boy, this didn't went as planned at all. So going backwards, let's project it again. I can show you the teeth that I did in just a second. But I haven't put that much time into those, so might not be as accurate as they should be. So those are the different angles. What? Turned it upside down. And now I guess you could find a few or some references online that show it more accurately. So, alright, this looks good, I think. Let's check for the teeth. So these should be fine by doing the method of subdividing it once, then freeze subdivision levels, use zero mesh, and then unfreeze subdivision levels. So this way I have new topology, clean one, less polygons, and it's easier to UV those later. Mojo, do you ever use the split screen mode for studying? Is there a split screen mode for Zbrush? I haven't heard of those, of that. So no, not yet. I do have 2 monitors. So one is right here, and the other one is what I'm looking at when I'm looking at the chat. But yeah, I'm using these 2 for references, so that my workspace is free most of the time. For the stream, I put the references on the bottom left, just so you can see what I'm looking at as well. But usually I have it on the second monitor. Alright, now the bottom teeth. Come on, select them. Here we go. So subdivide once, freeze subdivision levels, zero measure, and unfreeze subdivision levels. And there we go. The same for the jaw, but I guess with this one I'm going 3 subdivision levels up, so I get more details once I have zero meshed the whole thing. So zero mesh in progress, and now unfreeze this one. So perfect. Kept all the details that I wanted. And now if we render this one, you can see that it has more or nicer topology. And what that allows me to do is to use the UV master and go through all of them and unwrap this. I wish there would be a way to unwrap everything that's visible, but I think I have to do it one by one. So symmetry, let's leave symmetry on and hit unwrap. This worked fine. Yeah, I don't have to check those. Let's use this one here as well, unwrap. And you can see here the 1 of 14, it makes 14 islands. So I know that the teeth are all separated. Same for this one. Oh, have to be on the lowest subdivision level. And 14 islands for this one as well. And the same with the skull. So, perfect. Stevens, you a master. Damn, I can't wait for Pixelogic guys to release the UV editor that showcased 2 years ago. They do have a UV editor? That would be nice. You're welcome, Mojo. I mean, what you can do is you can use free subdivision levels and flatten. Let's see. Hey, give me my subdivision slip back. What happened? All right. Should have UVs. Let's work on a clone. Doesn't have any subdivisions. Flatten it. What you can do when it's flattened is that you can still manipulate it here. So you can, or you could use the move brush and manipulate the UVs this way, or using the transpose tools here to lay it out on the UV tile. But if they have a better UV editor at some point, that would be really cool. We're doing a Halloween challenge. What could make sense? We could do one. We could do a small sculpting challenge on the Discord. Like pumpkin skull. I don't know. It's doing a render of a sculpt. Maybe we can discuss in the Discord. If more people join in, that would be quite fun. I wouldn't make it like a big challenge, something that could be done just after work or in the spare time. But sculpting like a scary pumpkin could be nice. Slay Shadow, this guitar music, I missed this so much. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I really like the music. It's by Prisoner. He's doing like guitar, lo-fi, a bit of John, I can't pronounce his last name, but the guitarist from Red Hot Chili Peppers. And yeah, it's quite relaxing. Yeah, Jay, maybe we should do that. Could be fun, and even like reviewing sculpts and seeing how they can be pushed even further. I hope I will not forget that. There's currently a bit going on. But it would be a fun challenge. Thanks, Steven. I would be really interested in that. Maybe they will do it for the next releases. They did make a huge update with these cloth brushes, so hopefully they will add more quality of life stuff for production tools like UVs in the future. Sorry, I get a few messages. I will look at them later. Alright, cool. So now all of those should be unwrapped, if I'm not mistaken. No, just the skull. So... oh no, everything should be unwrapped. Thanks, Jay. I will take a look at it later. Slay Shadow. I tried 3 times to join Patreon, but all the times it declined my card. Sorry to hear that. I don't know what the issue might be. I think they should support PayPal, but I heard that it's not supported in all the countries. So yeah, maybe I have to look into that. But maybe if you can write me a DM on either on YouTube or on Patreon. I'm not quite sure if you can do it on Patreon, but if you are able to send me a DM on Patreon, I can lay out the details what's going wrong, then maybe I can help you there. So, and thanks for your support. I hope it goes through. All right. So, all right, detailed enough. Face mask, face muscles. How do I tackle that in the best way possible? What I could do, maybe this makes sense to do, is, let's try that. I want to merge everything that's visible, so all of those muscles are in one subtool. And I will delete the eyes for now, because I want to have them separate anyways. Delete hidden. Now delete hidden. Maybe I should read the message first. Come on, delete hidden. Hey Finn, nice to see you streaming. I sent you a message through my mini factory. When you get a chance, can you check it out? Oh, I don't check my mini factory like ever. So sorry if I missed that out. I used to put my stuff on there, but I had to pay a subscription to do that, and it wasn't lucrative for me, so I lost money doing that. But I will check out the message later. Thanks for writing me. So let me see. I'll just note it down here. So I don't forget. Leon, hello. Hello. Thanks for being here. So having this one, let's use free subdivision level and see what the zero measure will get me. Yeah, if you can message me on Discord as well. Maybe that's more convenient. Blaze, how did you make the muscle lines that surround the cheekbone area? Let me check from the muscle lines on the cheekbone area. You mean these ones that go from the eye to the mouth, or the ones here on the side of the head? These ones I just made with the damn standard brush, and I just went over the model like this. So I did it by hand, and these ones are topology. So, as you can see here, it's just the artifacts of the individual polygons. So now that symmetry is enabled, let's try zero measure again. Stevens found it. Awesome. Yeah, maybe if you can post it on Discord, that would be nice. Yeah, the ones connected to mouth area. Yeah, these are just yeah, as you can see, it was zero meshed, and this is why they flow so nicely. Thanks, Stevens. Let's try it again. Zero measure seemed to have been aborted. No, now it worked. Let's see if the projection is somehow somewhat usable. Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Blaze. All right. Now all of those are zero meshed now, but what I'm gonna do is to do auto groups and then use the merge similar groups. So all the individual muscles are now have now their own polygroup, and what I can do with that is I can create a separate, let's see, I want to insert a sphere here. I haven't gotten the hang of the groups yet, but yeah, this is what I want. I want to make a new folder, so retopode face muscles retopo in their own group, and let's hide this one here for now. And what I can do next is to do group split. And this way I have a new group with all the individual muscles in there that are all retopologized, all have subdivision levels on it. And I'm kind of stupid because I have to delete it. Because I forgot to add do the UVs, so let's delete the entire folder and do that here again. So going to the lowest subdivision level, Z plugin, let's leave symmetry, unwrap it, and I hope this works. I hope it still translates over to the splitted parts. So face muscles retopo. So group split, okay. Let's see if that worked or not. Work and clone and flatten. Perfect. So what that enabled me to do was to, first of all, unwrap everything at once, and second, all the face muscles are now laid out on one UV tile. So if I texture all of the face muscles and then export a diffuse map for all of these muscles, I can merge everything together by using the multimap exporter and using the merge maps. And this way I only have one texture map for all of the face muscles, which is quite cool. Bam, imagine doing the unwrapping on this whole project manually. That would be a lot of work. Yeah, that would be. So I'm quite glad that there are automated processes now that do all the work for me, which saves so much time. So let's go higher as visible. Alright, this looks good. Let's enable the skeleton. I think I'm gonna push the group here to the top so I can compare it better. Let's see how much of the details I lost. Seems like not too many. I lost on a few details on the temporalis and on the lip area as well. For the eyes, I think I will redraw the details by hand. So let's use the temporalis here. Where is it? There we go. Temporalis. And let's subdivide it one more time. And do I have the project here? No. And use project all. And the same with the mouth. So this one going up one subdivision level, enabling this one, and hit project all as well. Stevens, if it's not meant to be animated, Houdini have a very good process for optimizing and auto unwrapping, but it's more game production oriented. Michael Pavlovich did release a bunch of videos about it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I thought about how I would approach this here in an efficient way, and what I want to do is not use displacement maps at all. In the end, what I want to do is to go to the decimation master and use the key PVs option there, and then decimate everything, but still having the diffuse maps, or still be able to use the diffuse maps and not the vertex paints. And I hope this speeds up the workflow a little bit, but yeah, probably there are better ways to do that. I haven't tried Houdini out yet. It's still something that, I don't know, didn't get around to do yet. Alright, this seems to work better. Oh shit. Now I made everything visible again on the skeleton as well. But I can unhide all of those. Maybe I should make the skull a separate folder. So shoot that to the top, this one here as well. And then the teeth here also. And now make that a separate subtool, skull. Not the renaming, this is the lower teeth and new folder. Skull, this is what I wanted to do. Key&D, would this model be up for downloading? I think I will make it available for my patrons as well, and otherwise maybe I will put it on Gumroad for anyone who's interested in that. But I think as a thank you for all my patrons. I will make that available for every tier there, if you're interested in that. Alright, now I can hide the skeleton. This should all work now. And I can put the eyes in the... Let's put it in the skull group as well. My phone is being a bit of a butt, but will message you later. Alright. Hope it starts to work again, which is probably very unlikely, but who knows. There are miracles sometimes. Just trying to get sharp lines here for the eyes. And I'm using the damn standard brush for this one. Thanks, Keen D. I would really appreciate that. Would be nice for more people to join the Discord. It's really interesting to see what all of you are working on. Let's increase the resolution here. One subdivision level more. I forgot I added the sphere here. All right. There are a few projection errors here, but this is easily smoothed out. Same with here. And with the nose here, probably. Oh no, that looks fine. Fine. But this one here is a bit messed up. And this one here. Let's see. What I can do now that the topology is cleaner is to inflate the line where the lower and upper lip meets, and this will create a really nice sharp line. Brandon Lee just subscribed. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Are there any more projection errors? Yes, this one is messed up. Let's check for the masetta 1 and 2. That looks fine. Bookinator looks fine as well. Great, great, great stuff. This one here, there's a small edge. Just going around the model just to see if I can clean it up quickly. And in these cases, it's a fairly quick fix. This one here, just a little bit. Alright, this all seems to be doing quite okay. Whoa, what happened here? Display properties, flip this one. Okay, somehow the normals got flipped. Alright, cool. So this seems to work. What I'm gonna do next is to go through the muscles here. This was, oh boy, there's a hole in here. So that means I have to go to the free subdivision levels, then close holes. Let's do it clean and use the delete one here. So it's a clean one and unfreeze subdivision levels. Boop. Cleaned up. Alright, and what I want to do next is to give all of these muscles a bit of detail. So defining or suggesting the direction of the muscle fibers. Bilbeck, Finn, don't you keep all your live streams public to your channel? No, not at this moment. I started my Patreon page, I think 3 months ago, maybe a bit longer. And since I'm sharing, or I don't know, it felt appropriate as a thank you for all my patrons to give them something special. And I started my live streams in that time as well. And so I wanted to make that available for my patrons. I will probably do more live streams in the future that will be public for everyone to see. But this is something that I'm currently working out. I want to go back to doing more normal videos and tutorials that are free for everyone to see, and then do occasional live streams as well. But I'm not quite sure if I will do Patreon exclusive live streams as well, or for everyone. This is still something that I want to figure out. Yeah. So it's still, yeah. This live stream and Patreon is still fairly new to me. And it's trial and error, so a few things will probably change over the next months. And I also want to see what is valuable to all of you that are watching, and I also have to find ways to see how I can make that sustainable for me. Because at a certain point, I do have some savings right now that I'm using to give me more time to spend on learning and doing videos and live streams, but at a certain point I have to go back to looking for jobs and making that sustainable. So, and Patreon is a great way for me to try that out. It's not something that I know how it will turn out or what the value will actually be for me and for you, but yeah, I'm still in the test phase, and I'm really glad for all the people that joined the Discord so far, because a small community is developed there, and it's quite fun to share stuff with you, and I hope I can grow that over time. It would be kind of awesome. All right, let's bring up the reference sheet again. Brandon Lee, hi, I'm new. Hey, glad you found the channel. All right, let's see, face. I think this one is a good reference. I just want to have a feeling for the muscle fibers, and I will probably use, or let's create a custom brush for the fibers. So gonna use the, let's see which one makes sense. Let's try the alpha 47. Go to alpha, modify. Let's make a few streaks here. Maybe the alpha 1 is better for this one. Let's go to stroke, then modifiers, roll, and let's see what that will give us. Oh, should use the move brush for this. Stroke, let's undo this. The standard brush I want to use. So alpha 1, it still has the H tiles set to 6. Stroke, roll, and let's see. This gives us like patches. Let's reduce it down to something like 0.5. Less patches. Oh boy, I have to go quite high in. Huh. No, this doesn't seem that good. Why is it so strange? Ah, okay. Not decreasing roll distance, but increasing the roll distance made the difference. Let's increase it to 10. Let's see what it gives us. Okay, I can only draw one long streak before it fades off and starts again. So I can use it as small as a kind of a rake brush. Just want to see if I can speed up my detailing with this. And I have to be careful not to cross the directions, otherwise I get weird artifacts. Bam, I'm sure your community will grow in no time, Finn. I would sub to your Patreon, but I'm at my hard times right now. So, but in the future, when everything is alright, I surely will. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks, man. Brandon, you seem to be a very calm dude. I can relax and take a pill of wisdom. Yeah, this is kind of in my nature, I guess. I used to be, when I was a child, a bit more hot-headed. Can you say that? But it's somehow tapered off. And now I'm probably the opposite. Alright. Let's use it with the trying to switch between the Z-Ed and Z-Sub now. It's not as organic looking as this here. Maybe I have to use the damn standard brush to break up the repetitiveness here. So a few lines here and there to make it more organic. I think this doesn't look too bad for a quick detail pass. What I can do as well is to push the edges here slightly inwards, so it creates kind of a transition from the fibers to the skull, just so that there isn't a hard cut. So just going around the edges here very carefully, making sure I don't push it in too deep, so I don't get rid of too much of the muscle. But this looks kind of fun. And let's see. Yeah, if I give it a red color, you can see the transition here a bit better. Alright, let's switch the material again, or the color, and go through all of the subtools here. So, standard brush again, alpha set to 6. And let's draw out the fibers here. Then this one. And use the damn standard brush to break the cleanliness of this one. Especially with these transitions, I like to feather them out. And the same with the muscles above. Just pushing it in. slightly at the edges. This gives me hopefully nice details when it's rendered. Switching between the move brush and the damn standard brush right now, just to see where I can push it in more and where I need to feather it out with the damn standard brush. And you can see here the reference from Anatomy Next. And I think it's quite close, which is kind of cool. Right now to the eyes. I really like this part here. So let's use the standard brush again. And the alpha. Tile it so I have a lot of streaks here. Now let's go around the model. Brennan, how long did it take you making an echorche? Seems to be a massive project. It is quite a large project because it consists of so many multiple individual objects that are kind of projects on their own. And I think it took me around 17 streams up to this point. So maybe around 40 hours. But it's my third echorche study that I did. So, and the first one took quite a lot longer. And you could spend much more time on it, I think. But it depends how or what you want to get out of the study. You could start with just doing the skeleton, and this would be a worthwhile study in itself. And if you still feel motivated, then start with just the skull and adding the muscles on top of that. And if you still feel motivated, then do just the arms or just the torso. So you're not restricted to finish everything at once. But yeah, in this case, I wanted to brush up my anatomy knowledge a bit, and I thought it would be interesting for anyone on the stream to have like a complete series of doing a study like this. So yeah, but I think to this point now it's 40 hours including all the talking and chatting with all of you, which was a lot of fun. And I really appreciate anyone that is in the chat and participates in asking questions and stuff, or just talking about random things. I like to do that as well. So try to break up the clean surface here, adding a few rings. Just to make it more organic. Right now the details look like I raked like a sand garden, like a Zen garden, something like that. Not so much like muscle fibers. I think it will take a bit of time to go through the entire model like this. So I'm thinking about if there is a quicker way to do that. Maybe I can do a brush that has imperfections in it and make it tileable, so I can just use it quickly. Let's see. Let's try that by going here, insert a plane. Let's do a custom brush to speed up the workflow. So delete this one, so I only have this. And let's see, what can I brush? Where was it? Was it transform? Might have been on to brush. Let me look that up quickly. Zbrush, tileable sculpting. Ah, brush, curve, and red mode. Red mode is the one that I'm looking for. Brush, modifiers. Is it modifiers? No, curve. And it's not here. God damn it. Brush, curve, red mode 2. Ah, red mode. There we go. Let's test it out. Yeah, there we go. Hey Polyheim. Brush, red mode 1. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. I'm currently working on detailing the echorche model that I started quite a while ago, and I went through all the muscles already, so let's enable all of them. As you can see, everything is, or the stuff that I found important is included, and what I'm testing out hopefully today is to detail the face, then add polypaint to it and do a test render and testing out shaders in Blender and cycles. So I want to get a nice looking bone shader as well as a good shader for the muscles as well, and yeah, hopefully make a presentable render in the end. And yeah, so this is currently what I'm going through. And for this one, thanks Polyham. Z-modeler, what I'm trying here now is to create a plane that will enable me to sculpt tileable. This will hopefully make a good base for a I'm lost for words. For a brush that makes the detailing much quicker. Yes, I do like anatomy quite a lot. So, right, let's do all of that. Polygroup this and this one again. And what I can do with this is to delete the backside. Come on. So delete hidden. And this way, when I insert a new plane, this should be, yeah, I will come to that back later. First, let me sculpt the details on this plane here. So let's give it 1,000,000. And let's start with the sculpting of this. As you can see, I'm coming or the stroke continues or repeats from the top when I'm going down, which is exactly what I'm going for. So let's do like 5 tiles this time. And save a morph target. So increase the Z intensity. I have to enable the red mode here as well. And you can see I start the stroke up here, but on the bottom it starts the stroke also. And this will make it tileable. So I want to have a nice general direction here going. What I can do next is to go in there with the damp standard brush and break it up. So hopefully here, when I look from the side, that I have deeper grooves at certain points. Give it a hopefully more organic look. Let's use the inflate brush here at a few points. Just to give a bit of variety. All right. let's see. I hope it works. What I'm doing now is I'm setting up a new canvas, turning proportion off, using a 1024 by 1024 and resize the canvas. Clear it, and what this gives me, alright, as you can see, the principle why I set it up this way is the red mode works in the Zbrush units, and the red mode 1 says after one unit it repeats the stroke from either directions, and the plane that I sculpted on, the green area, represents the 1 unit of in Zbrush, since it's the default plane and it's set to 1. And the edge I did just so I don't have a slight when I offset the edge here a little bit, that there are no holes there. And I inserted a second plane here that is true to the 1 unit of Zbrush. And this way I can, by pressing F, I can frame it so it fills the entire square canvas. And when I now switch to the plane that I sculpted my details on, everything should be tileable. And what I can do now is to go to alpha and say grab dog. And this alpha that was just created should be tileable. And let's see if it worked or not. So what I can do here is to go to document. Would you like? Nope. Created a new document here. And let's try it out on this one here, for example. So with the standard brush, what I can test first is to see what the mid value is of the alpha. And this seems to be set quite perfectly. So let's see, alpha mid value is set to 0. That works great. So I can leave it like that, and let's go to stroke, and I think it should be roll, if I'm not mistaken. Roll and focal shift set to -100. Okay, this doesn't work at all. Let's check 2. Nope. Roll distance 10. Why isn't it changing at all? Beautiful Fang, how did you do that red selection? Sorry, I missed that question. I don't know what that refers to anymore. Yeah, Polyheim, I really do enjoy this stuff. Alright, I see you have to go. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the final result as well. It's about time. So yeah, have a great day or evening wherever you are, and hope to see you soon next time. Beautiful thing, when you were deleting part of it. Oh, so you mean this one here? What I what this is actually, it is the select rectangular, which is turned on by default, and it's the, you can enable that by pressing Ctrl and Shift, and you can drag out the visibility box, so to say. Makes everything visible inside the box, and when you want to hide stuff, you can, while you press down Ctrl and Shift, you can add Alt to that, and this will toggle either hiding or making it visible. And it's still, the geometry is still there, it's just hidden. If you want to get it back, you can just hold Ctrl and Shift and click on the canvas, and it brings your selection back, or the stuff that you've hidden. And what you can do once it's hidden, you could go to Modify Topology and hit Delete Hidden, but you can't have any subdivisions on the model while doing that. So it's quite handy. I hope it answered the question. Hello, Nika. Can't read what you wrote there. If it was directed at me, sorry for that. Beautiful thing. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, Alt is like the, in most functions, it's the, make it, how would you call it? Reverse the effect. So, for example, in ZModeler is, if you insert edge loops, you can, by holding down Alt, you can delete edge loops. When you are using a brush and add volume, by holding down Alt, you subtract volume and vice versa. So Alt is like making it the opposite most of the time. All right, let's see. This looks like crap. Maybe I don't have to use roll. Let's change the mid value. As you can see, the mid value changes, yeah, like it says. If it's set, for example, at 0.5, and the, I don't know, that's a topic that's maybe a bit too or special, goes too deep. Let's change it. What I'm trying to get rid of is the edges here. So let's put it to 17 maybe. No, this will increase the edges. Let's make it to 25. Let's try 25. So I still get a slight edge here. So let's try 27 actually. This looks like it's much better. Let's try 0.5. 0.1. Douglas, hey Finn, how are you? I started to sculpt in the Blender because I know the shortcuts and tools better. Still, you think Zbrush is essential to being able to work professionally, or in both softwares can we get a similar result to compose in games and animations? I think you Like always, it depends on what you want. The cool thing about Zbrush is you can get crazy details, and sculpting is like the best. But if you want to go into games and animations, you don't need Zbrush. It's a great addition, and it's a great tool to sculpt, but if you want to get into animation, for example, Zbrush is useless for you, since it can't get, or it's not for animation at all. So yeah, depending on what you want to do, I think you can get great stuff out of both softwares. Oh, that's kind of cool. And Blender is catching up more and more. So I would say if you're familiar with Blender, use it. Try to get the maximum out of it. I saw people doing even realistic stuff with the sculpting tools in Blender. It might be a bit more work as it would take in Zbrush, but yeah, you can totally get a job just by using Blender, for sure. And then once you reach a certain level and you think it makes sense to invest in something like Zbrush, go for it. But you don't have to get started in Zbrush in order to get a job in the industry. So. All right. I think the brush works now. I don't know what exactly made it work, but I hopefully can get through all the detailing now fairly quickly. What I want to make sure is that I have auto masking and backface mask enabled so I don't mess up the backside. Come on, I want to have one clean stroke. Slay Shadow, sir, send a message on Facebook. In Facebook? Let's see if I got it. If it's on Discord, that would be better. I don't usually connect on Facebook. So if you want to connect with me, either with a chat or on Discord or private messages on YouTube, I think that works the best. Alright, so yeah, I got your message on Discord, so I will reply later to you. Couldn't see who subscribed, but thanks for your subscription. So let's switch back here. Bam. The only reason why I would choose Zbrush is how well it can handle higher polygons than Blender, but I think there's always a workaround. Yep, I think so too. And what you can definitely do in Zbrush and Blender, where you don't need Zbrush for, is hard surface stuff. So Zbrush is really good for the organic stuff because it allows to have so many polygons, but the hard surface stuff you can definitely do without Zbrush at all. If it comes to finding a job, only thing that would be preventing you from using Blender is maybe the company's pipeline, maybe. Not so much, I would say. It's an advantage if you use the proprietary software like Maya or other stuff, not proprietary, like the software that they use in their pipeline, but it's not a necessity because most of the time it's really easy, or the transition phase to new software is fairly quick when you know the tools in another software already. So for example, I was doing an animation and modeling job once that at a studio where they still used XSI Softimage, and the transition was fairly quick, and I was able to do or deliver stuff on the first day, even though I was using Maya for most of my career, you can say. So yeah, it's not a necessity. In some companies, for example, they use proprietary software, neither Blender, neither Maya, nothing of that, and they don't look for what software you use. When it comes to rigging, for example, that's more important because it's way more software specific. And for example, Houdini artists, when it comes to simulation, then you have to know the software. But for modeling, texturing, sculpting, animation, I think you don't have to use the software in your portfolio that the studio uses. Onika, how long have you been doing this? For... I think good 10 years now. So I started in, I think, 2009, at some point there. And I started out using Google SketchUp. And I switched to, well, I tried out 3ds Max for quite a while. And then I used Mudbox, and then I switched to Maya and Zbrush. Blender Boy, hey Finn, if it isn't too much to ask, can you explain how the transpose brush works? I am having a lot of problems making it work properly. The transpose brush, you mean the transpose line? This one here? Drawer. Hell, DreamWorks has its own proprietary animation software, so it's not like you can learn. Yeah, that's true. And Veta, for example, has its own grooming software, and I think a lot of simulation stuff as well. And a lot of studios use their own plugins that replace like whole sections of Maya or other softwares. So yeah, the result of your portfolio is what matters. Blender Boy. So the main functionality is everywhere you draw the transpose line from sets your pivot. So this position now here is the pivot, and for example, if you use the rotate function, the model will pivot around this point, and you can switch the pivots by... Can you? No. By clicking the orange button. I'm not using that so often. I'm just using this drawing out the line. With the middle orange circle, you can offset the whole transpose line. And with the outer orange circles, you can change the angle of your transpose line. And with the inner circles, with the white one here and in the red ones here, you actually manipulate the object. So rotating it here, or by what I use often, is for example the rotation line, something like this, and by using the middle white circle, it rotates around the axis of the transpose line, which is kind of cool. Most of the time I use it for the neck. So I would draw out the transpose line like this, then angle the transpose line to the direction of the neck, put it in the position that I want, and let's use the skull for this. I can transpose it kind of in this manner. And the same goes for the move brush or the move transpose line. The outer ones, they do stretch the brush or the model, and yeah, so this is like a rough overview. I hope it helped a bit, but yeah, there's a bit more to it, but that might be a bit too much right now. I hope it still helped. All right. What is a bit annoying about the brush is that it's not bending to the direction that I'm going for. So it's just overlapping each other, but it makes it still faster, I think. Brandon, don't worry. Thanks for stopping by, and glad you got something out of it. Yeah, there will be more streams. I think I won't get too far today. But yeah, so hope to see you next time as well. I will probably do the next one on Sunday. And yeah, have a great day. Cyber Neuron is now following. Thanks for the follow. Let's see if the roll distance let's keep it at 0.7. No, maybe 1 is better. Not as I wanted to behave. Cyber Neuron, I'm working on muscles too, by the way. Good job, it's looking fantastic. Thanks a lot. Glad you like it. See you, Brandon. Right, there's some geometry poking through. Maybe it's the skull, but I'm not quite sure. Is it the skull? Yes, it is. So let's change to the... sometimes it's a bit annoying to switch the muscles, so I'm using... this one here. Alright. And it's gone. And it's gone. Huh. Right. Let's try this out. and just move it back. It's a bit of a cheat, but maybe it works. So, pulling it straight. Just have to remember how I did those. I want to feather this one here out, so I went over it again and pushing the end into it, into the skull. And the same with this one here. Let's feather it out a little. And it will not make sense to try the brush on round objects like the mouth or the eyes, for example. It's more for the straight muscles here. Going over this one here more often again for the same reason, to get a nice transition here. And I will do the same here for the triangularis. Mauricio, good afternoon, Finn. At least it is afternoon in here. Yes, it is like 8 PM here as well. I can probably reduce the intensity of my light a little, make it maybe a bit warmer. But it's adjusting automatically, so and my webcam is not the best. But it's afternoon here, or evening here as well, so I hope you have a good one too. Right here, this doesn't work that well here in this area where it's bending, so I'm using the manual brushes here. Sabanuran, what is your favorite muscle on the face? My favorite muscle on the face? Probably the eyes. It's the most important one. And I really like this area here where everything goes together and creates this little bulge on the corner of the mouth. So it's kind of interesting. Nathaniel, oh, you're in New Zealand. That's awesome. I really would like to visit New Zealand one day. My brother was there for a few months and I was quite jealous of all the stuff that he saw. Beautiful frame from the US, noontime. Awesome. Chaps, you work with mouse or tablet? Definitely a tablet. I wouldn't recommend sculpting with a mouse. It's quite a pain in the butt because it's like drawing with a mouse. It is doable, but you won't get clean results except you put a lot of extra work in it which isn't worth it, I would say. Even the cheapest tablets nowadays are more than sufficient to get started in sculpting. So I started out with a, I think, $80 or €80 Wacom Bamboo. It was a small one from their cheapest series back then, and it served me well for 7 years. And I just switched to a larger one because I was using 2 monitors, and using a small tablet that was covering 2 monitors was just too small. So thanks, Simon. You're 2 a.m. PH. What is PH? Philippines? I'm not quite sure. Still sculpting with a mouse. I'm trying to save up for a tablet though. Man, huge respect to you for pulling that off. I tried it a few times, but yeah. I mean, I bought a tablet quite quickly and it was a dream come true. Where are you at? I'm from Germany. In the middle or somewhere in Europe, not in the middle. So this is the feathering that I'm looking for. It feels like it's really transitioning into the bone. Seven, did you place muscles with Z-spheres or plain polygons at first? What I used for the muscles was most of the time the curved tubes brush, and I would then let's see, where's a muscle like this? I would add muscles like this and then manipulate them to push them into their place. Bam, it's a pain in the butt sculpting some details, but for some major big details it's kind of doable. Awesome, man. Keep going strong with this one. Takes a lot, I guess, a lot of dedication to keep sculpting with only a mouse, so kudos to you. Right, and feathering. Boom. Mauricio, stay safe everyone wherever you are. That's true. Keep going strong everybody. Lucas, oh cool, I'm in Portugal right now. How's the quarantine there? I think here in Germany it's still quite okay. And we're doing quite well, I guess, with the more severe cases, so the health system seems to keep up, but it's quite taxing, I think, on everyone with the ongoing measurements that were put in place. So I think everyone right now in the world is kind of tired of everything that is going on. That would be my guess. I hope it's all coming to a, how would you say it, safe end soon, or normalization, because I think this isn't something that's stable for such a long time, so I hope it will normalize, but we'll see. Yeah, we will see. I think the strange thing with the vaccines is that it will still take a while until they or I'm really wondering what criteria must be checked off a list in order to get rid of all the what do you say? All the measurements that are put in place at the moment. So let's see. Hopefully there will be a cure soon. One that is actually safe to use and doesn't have any negative consequences as well. And I hope that they're not enforcing a vaccine ID or something like that. I heard it was suggested in a few areas. But no. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Let's just hope that competent people will make good decisions. It's quite a divisive time at the moment. I hope that just everyone can still, I don't know, focus on what makes their life best and safe and yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. Complicated times with lots of misinformation and stuff like that. Yeah, Jay, that's I think the right mindset. Just focus on what you can change and what gets the best, or how you can get the most out of your time. And hopefully we all come out of the other side as better people, more competent people. Alright, so the mouth I have to do by hand. Let's actually export this Z alphas. Whew. I was about to sneeze. I might have caught corona. Muscle detail. Just joking. Just joking. Alpha like this. H tiles like 6. And let's create a few details here around the mouth. I will leave the lips. I think it doesn't look good when there are fibers on there. So with this in place, now let's go to the alpha brush and sculpt some details with this. J, I'm not sure. Let's take a look at the reference here. Ah, they don't even include the mouth. More detail here. I think it's a bit too symmetrical here on the midsection, so I'm sculpting that new. Come on, guys, no politics. Just taking up so much energy. Can be spent on more worthwhile things. Dan, oh, by the way, I know you mentioned it already and I might have missed it, but what are your plans on stream? My plans right now is to finish this study here, bring the series to an end, or to a closure, with hopefully, yeah, having a complete playlist that covers the entire process, from the blocking to the detailing, then rendering and everything like that. So it's a finished chapter, so to say. And then actually focusing more on actual videos and proper tutorials, because the feedback that I got so far, and which makes a lot of sense to me, is to that even though I'm answering quite a lot of questions and showing a lot of tips and tricks, it's really hard to find really hard for people to find the specific things that they're looking for. And it makes more sense to have dedicated videos on certain topics that are available for everyone to see, and that are more precise on and more efficient, I would say, in showing solutions to certain problems. And then hopefully accompany that with how do you say it? With streams once in a while. So I want to step a little bit away, or reducing the amount of streams that I'm doing, because I used to do 2 streams a week and it held me away from doing proper videos. So I want to get back to those and want to share it and yeah, make it more accessible for people. And then probably doing like Q&As or like real-time sculpting for everyone to see and answer questions live, but not on such a regular basis anymore, but more on maybe every 2 weeks or once a month, but then hopefully getting out a video a week or a video every 2 weeks, depending on how sophisticated the video is. So this is my plan at the moment. I'm just trying that out. So no worries, Jay. I mean, it's a current topic, so I totally understand it. Yeah, but like Ketch says, it's sometimes good to take a step back and see what actually matters in, for example, in my current situation, what do I have under control and where I can improve my current situation and that of my family, friends and stuff like that. And there's always plenty of stuff to do in this regard as well. And sometimes it's, I think, better to do that instead of, I don't know. It feels like with these topics, it's like a barrier that is so strong on all sides that it's maybe wasted energy to a certain degree. I mean, it's still important, but your surroundings and yourself is still important as well. So what did Elon Musk say? Love is the answer. That's good. I think it's even a better long-term investment as well. Jay, I'm actually really interested in how the industries will operate next year. Yeah, me too. The thing with for example, the VFX and animation industry is that the consequences are a bit delayed since the projects take such a long time that I think the consequences of new projects being cancelled can only be felt like 6 months after stuff that happens. So, for example, the coronavirus. So I'm really curious how next year is gonna look like in regards of job opportunities and projects and stuff like that. And with Brexit as well, really looking forward to this, like in a curious kind of way. Lucas, Finn, you work on a pen display or a desktop? I used to work on the Wacom Intuos Pro M, but right now I'm working on my Huon pen display tablet, but I'm just using it as a regular graphics tablet, so I don't have it plugged in as a monitor. I'm just using it as I would with the Wacom Intuos. So for sculpting, I never really used the pen displays for that. I saw the recent video of Flip Normals, where he talked about his usage of the display tablet. But yeah, he made some really interesting points that I might look into as well. but yeah, I'm using a tablet for sculpting for around 10 years now, and I'm quite comfortable with that. But maybe it's time for a switch. But my display tablet is probably a bit too small for that. But yeah, you definitely don't need a pen display for sculpting. Slay Shadow, yes, the video with armor. Yeah, exactly, the shoulder piece with the skull, I think. It looked kind of relaxed and quite natural. So might be worth giving it a shot, but it's not a necessity at all. I would even say don't start with using a pen display for sculpting. And yeah, that's true. I don't know if anyone knows him, but Borodante, he's like a 2D artist, recently made a video about that. And he says even for painting it's better to use a graphics tablet instead of a pen display or a display tablet because of the posture and the desk space as well. But I think it all comes down to preferences and what you feel comfortable with and what you get started with. I think most of the time this is a huge factor as well. What are you familiar with, and is the effort to relearning certain habits worth it or not? I don't know. In a few cases I would say it definitely makes sense to learn new hardware, but in other cases I would say do what motivates you and interests you. If the urge to try it out is so strong that you're willing to readjust, then go for it as well. But it's definitely not a necessity. Alright, it seems like all the muscles in the face are detailed. Now this looks a bit too rough, so I will do a quick pass of it as well. Just slightly with a lower intensity. Just going over it to break up the bigger strands into smaller strands here. Let's feather off these edges. The resolution is failing me here at the end, so I'm increasing the subdivision level just one more time. So hopefully this will give me a nice feathered look here. Lucas, I will need to buy a new PC to work with Zbrush minus a really old processor like Intel 3 and 4 gigs of RAM. Any recommendations for the PC? Oh boy, 4 gigabits of RAM, that's definitely too low. I wouldn't go under 16 anymore. I do have 32 gigs of RAM. I would recommend more than 16 gigabits of RAM because you can go to higher poly counts with that. For Zbrush, the GPU isn't as important. I would go for a stronger CPU and lots of RAM. When you're into rendering, then it might make sense to go for a better GPU if you're going for GPU rendering as well. More and more features are enabled with GPU rendering nowadays. But yeah, CPU is still pretty important, like really, really important. And lots of RAM, especially if you're working with higher or heavier scenes, lots of textures, lots of geometry, then you need a lot of RAM. If you're just doing modeling, I wouldn't go, under 16 doesn't make any sense anymore when you're in the CG area. But yeah, I think with 32 gigs of RAM you're safe, or it's definitely a decent start. And CPU wise, try to get the best that you can. It just makes your life easier. You don't want to deal too much with like slow processes and waiting time. But whatever your budget enables or allows. So. Now the good topics start. Yeah, I'm a I forgot the name of it, but it's something with masala as well. I'm a huge curry fan at the moment. Butter chicken right now. It's great. And what else? Like grounded beef, broccoli, fry pan, stir fry. Lucas, thinking about Ryzen 5. I don't understand a lot about processors, but would recommend it. I'm not into or that deep into this kind of stuff as well, so I can't make any recommendations, unfortunately. So maybe there's someone in the chat that can help him out. Yeah, I think I have to eat something later as well. This is something that I really like about YouTube as well. There are so many good recipes out there, and they all make it look so yummy that you actually get motivated to try them out. And most of them are actually really good. Alright, let's hide the skeleton and the rest of the muscles. Cool. Let's get to the ears as well. Just want to detail them up a little bit more. So stroke, roll off. And intensity a bit higher, so it's a normal standard brush again. Thanks, Trey, for helping out Lucas. Thanks, Sly Shadow. Could still push it quite a lot more, I think, with the detail level here. But yeah, I want to move on to other stuff as well. Sometimes finish is better than perfect. Most of the time, actually. In my opinion. Alright. Now, let's see. Let's start with the poly painting. I think this could be fun. For that, I want to find a good texture for the, or good color for the bones first. Not this one, but this one, and I can, yeah, let's delete this one. Good color for the bones. Let's look at our reference sheet here. Are there any good references? Yeah, this one. So, needs to be a bit more saturated, not that much. I wish I could color pick from another image, but yeah, I think it's more on the yellow side and not so much to the reds. Maybe a bit darker. Something like that. Probably a bit more saturated, but the color picker is not the best in Zbrush. Alright, let's use that as a base for now. So I'm using the standard brush, enabling RGB, and let's use fill object, and this will fill the object with this color. And the same for the jawbone. Color, fill object. And when we edit, we can do the same for the teeth as well. Color, fill object. Let's go actually a bit lighter with the textures. So spray, and let's use this one here. What do we get? Just want to have a like slight variations in the skull here. Some kind of clouds. Bam, do you have an ArtStation or Insta that I could follow? It should be FinGB on all platforms, so artstation.com/FinGB and Instagram at FinGB as well. Yeah, that would be great, being able to color pick outside the software. Photoshop has that feature, so maybe it would be possible in the future for these softwares as well. I hope so. It would be nice to have a more sophisticated painting environment inside of Zbrush as well. Hopefully with the next updates. That would be nice. So a few variations here on the skull. Just lightly going over with the spray. And the same here for the mandible. I would really like to get into the details here, but this might take too much time, I think. Yeah, I will skip it for now. I will want to first try the shader. How far I can get with just the shader and see if it already looks good or not. Otherwise I can spend a bit more time on the details. Got a few details I can try to sneak in, so let's see. Let's try it out with the masking and the cavity. So let's try the cavity here. Not this way, but like this. I don't have too many details in place, but here we can get a bit of detail in there. So view mask off and just get a bit of dirt texture going, and the same here as well. So mask by cavity, inverse the mask. It's not the best, but if it gives me a bit of breakup here, then that's fine. As long as it has kind of a bony feeling, and that's sufficient for me. Oh, I forgot to turn on symmetry. Well, happens. Let's see how the flat shader looks like. There's a bit of stuff going on, and I think that's sufficient. Let's stick with that. Thanks, Slay. Yeah, it's still a long way to go, but I think it's coming together more and more. Thanks a lot. Let's view the mask and let's blur it. Let's see if we can get some nicer transitions. So we don't see the edges of the mask that much. And let's do the same actually with the mandible. So blur mask, inverse it, blur it again, and go over it. Yeah. Maybe I have to do that before I put all the details down. So view mask again, blur it again, and now paint it. Turn the mask off and add a bit more details as well. Alright, that's good enough, I would say. Cavities. Yeah, sometimes I'm switching or I'm confusing words. So. Alright. I think for a test this looks good. Let's put the muscles on top of it again. And that looks kinda nice. Let's get some references for the muscles. Where's a good reference? The real muscles, that's a bit gross. I hope it doesn't disturb anyone. But it's quite a contrast between the red, which is kind of pale. I mean, there isn't any fresh blood in there, so, and the white fascia, I don't know how to pronounce it. Thought I would have more of those. Thanks, Slash Shadow. I think let's use this one here as a reference. So, like a more desaturated red. It's almost more towards, is it more towards the orange or the purple? I think it's more towards the orange and a bit more desaturated. I think this is quite close to it. So let's do it like this. Switch the color to the white one. So I want to get a really desaturated white color here. And go along the edges. ProKiller. I will upload the Pure file by the end of this week on my Patreon account. So if you want to join there, you can also get access to our Discord channel and the recordings of the past live streams as well as this one. If you're interested in that, all the links are in the description below. So let's use the masking here. This will give me a much nicer mask since there are more details. Let's blur it once, which messes up everything. God damn it. Blur it the other way. Let's see what it gives us. think this looks kind of cool. And I can feather it out by removing the mask and then going over it slightly. Andre just subscribed. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Smoothing out the stuff a little. Well, you know what? Maybe we can use the bone texture a bit as well, or the color of the bones, just to get a nice transition to the bone. Alright, first muscles, then bone. Going slightly across that, using the mask back cavity, inversing it, and making the transition even more subtle. Just remove the mask and go around the model here again. And let's mask it again. All right. This one here is probably more muscle fibers, so more red in here. And I will go over it with a cavity mask with a deeper red again. And this way the fibers hopefully pop a bit more. So going through all the muscles here, just to lay out or lay in the ground color with every muscle. God damn it. I forgot to turn off the backface masking, so my guess is all the muscles don't have their backside painted. God damn it. I just turned on backface masking again, just so I don't remove the details that are already painted. I don't know if it makes a huge difference, but could be that the how would you call it? The subsurface scattering might get influenced if the backside is painted white. So this is why I want to go through all of them again. Come on, select it. Is everything still working? It seems like the chatbot didn't work properly anymore. Hopefully I'm still live. If not, then I'm talking to myself, which is fine, I guess. Ah, I'm glad. Yes, it's working. Perfect. Yeah, for me it seemed like a few of the messages weren't picked up by the chatbot. That is reposting the messages from Twitch to YouTube and vice versa. So I was quite worried I was kicked out again for whatever reason, but glad it didn't happen. So just wanted to make sure. Alright, all the muscles here are in place, I guess. Alright, what I can do now... Yeah, I think I should see with this muscle here what makes sense, to lighten the muscle up or to make it darker. I think it's better to lighten it up a bit. It will probably depend on the subsurface color that I'm going for. No, I think I should darken it. So, using a saturated deep dark red. Let's see the cavity. Yeah, I think I'm going with this one. The effect of the texture painting will get more subtle with the subsurface shader, so there's something to keep in mind as well. So this inverse, disable the viewing of the mask. So let's see with the eyes. Mask by cavity, inverse. That didn't work that well. Bam, will you make a quick render tonight for just the head? This is my plan. I hope I can get to that. And it shouldn't take too long anymore. So yeah, I want to bring it into Blender and see if I can do the first shader test in there. So inverse, turn view, mask off. Let's do a quick render here in Zbrush just to see how it feels like. And I think we're on a good track. What do you guys think? Let me take a sip of water. So mask by cavity, inverse, view mask. I think it's assigned to a hotkey if I'm not mistaken. Control H, yeah. I approve. Thanks. Come on. This is a bit annoying with the tablet, the selection of another subtool is sometimes a bit tricky to do. I hope they increased the tolerance for this at a certain point. Because it only works when it's detecting like a proper click, but with a tablet it's always a slight stroke. And this way it doesn't detect it, which is kind of annoying. Slay shadow, perfect, awesome. Thanks guys. Alright, mask per cavity, inverse, Control H, painting a little bit, get rid of the mask. Next subtool. Mask per cavity, inverse mask, Control H, paint a little bit, get rid of the mask. Come on. Really annoying sometimes. The thing with cavity maps is, or masking by cavity, small imperfections like this become really apparent, which is sometimes a bit annoying. But yeah. So having clean details, or yeah, it makes detailing much easier, or painting much easier. Mask by cavity. This one doesn't look that good at all. Well, boy, oh boy. Bam, just curious. You're not using mouse anymore? Nope, not for sculpting. And I even use it for Blender and Maya and stuff like that as well. I don't know. It kind of grew on me. And so sometimes I don't use the mouse for days, and I'm still getting stuff done. I mean, even outside sculpting or some 3D related stuff. For that I still sometimes use the mouse, or often. For example, if I'm browsing YouTube, sometimes I use the tablet, sometimes the mouse. It depends. But for editing, for example, when I'm editing videos, I don't use a tablet. I use the mouse all the time, because it's more precise. I want to get precise clicks. I'm not so much looking for strokes when it comes to editing. Inverse, Control H, paint, next one. Mask by cavity, inverse, Control H. I think on the lips it could be increased a bit more. Let's actually blur the mask once, just to see what an effect it has. do a test render again. It's coming along well, I would say. Let's grab the color of the bone and work on the transitions. Mask by cavity, inverse, view mask. Hopefully gives a nicer fall off. Same with this one here. Mask by cavity. Oh, I could have switched the intensity. Minus 100 seems to be still strange. Maybe I shouldn't have made the cavity this way for those. Mask by cavity. It's quite repetitive. Sorry for that. Let's look at the reference for the fibers here. I just want to get a feel for how they're connected and where they're transitioning into the skull and where they're transitioning into other muscles, and it feels like the middle one, number 3, which is called Procerus, that might transition into the nose here, into the nose bone, as well as these. Slight transition here, just so there's a bit of blending going on. Kind of like the transitions, so as well as the nasalis. All right, I think we're on good track. I guess for the ears and the nose I will go more for a like yellowish kind of color. And then for the subsurface I'm gonna use a reddish color just so it feels like, what is it called? Cartilage. Hopefully. We'll see. And for the eyes, I will do it in the shader. Alright, so I guess the jaw seems good. Teeth are all good. Seems like the head is about to be ready to put into Blender. All right. How do I approach that? Let's see. Yeah. All right. So let's disable the skull, switch to the face muscles here. How do I do that? I hope if I merge, let's try to merge visible. Let's use the preprocessed current, just trying to get it decimated while still keeping the UVs. And hopefully this way I can just send, for example, all the face muscles and the ears and nose to Blender and still have my... Wait a minute, let's try that. My texture map, because I want to keep... merging everything together gets rid of my texture map. That sucks. Do I still have my UVs? Why am I not able to... Okay. I have to test it. Hopefully I didn't screw up my UVs at a certain point. So multi-map exporter, then texture from polypaint, subtools, merge subtools. Let's go for 4K. There are no extra options for the diffuse, so create all maps. Projects, character anatomy study, face muscles, diffuse. Let's see if it worked. If they actually have UVs still or not. Ah, there it showed up. You can see it here on the... I can't point my finger at it, but maybe this way. At this point, hopefully you can see textures popping up. Ah, no, it's the other way. Thanks, Ben. Ah, you make UV only for... Ah, no, I actually didn't. I combined all the muscles at a certain point into one mesh, then retopologized everything, UV'd everything, and then I split all the different muscles again into subtools afterwards. So it should should still work, hopefully. But we will see once it's gone through all the subtools. And as you can see in the, it should be here. They should be, once it's done with the texture baking on with one subtool, it plops up just for a brief second. So let's actually go in here, characters, anatomy study. Yes. It seemed to have worked. Awesome. Yeah, not the best UV layout here. It's quite shitty, but maybe it's sufficient. And I see that I have missed a few parts here for the eyes. But let's try it out. Let's try it out. So, how can I merge everything without losing my UVs? You know what? Let's save it. I think it's a good point to save the stuff. And I will use the Z plugin now. Decimation Master, keep UVs. Pre-process all visible subtools. This is the stuff that I want to make sure I have. So pre-process all. This would maybe take a bit of time to computate. So if anyone has any questions right now, it's the best time to do that. Otherwise, I will sit here in silence and just drink my water. So for 23 subtools, it will do these operations right now. And then save it to my disk and switch to the next. So, what's your favorite bit thing to sculpt? I think it's the skull. I really like skulls. There isn't any skull that I did where I had the feeling that I didn't learn anything. So can really recommend that. It's the best practice piece to do regularly. Jay, you should be able to export in FBX now and import to Blender. I think I could, but what I want to do is to reduce the poly count. I don't want to have like, when I would export everything right now, it would be probably like the whole study would be 40 million polygons in 100 and around 100 subtools. I duplicated the face muscles so I wouldn't include them twice, and that would make everything really slow. So but maybe for just the face it makes sense. I will probably export the skull as it is without reducing the polygons. Yeah, but yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe for this test it makes more sense to do that. But I wanted to try it out if I could decimate it and still keep the UVs. So decimate all. Ah. Yeah, I think this is the only way to go here. It seems like when I combine everything here in Zbrush by merge visible, then it gets rid of my UVs. It seems like. Oh boy. Oh my. Good that I saved the file. All of the poly painting is gone now. But that was expected. But now I have, or I should have, most of the details still intact. And I can export this as a FBX. So let's see. FBX export visible. Export everything to anatomy study. Face muscles. Why do you want to merge them though? Just for convenience purposes. In the end I will have around 100 individual objects, and to maybe it makes it faster to handle. But maybe it's not necessary as well. Still have to think about it. That was my intuition right now. Adrian, do you know how to transfer the polypaint of Zbrush and Maya for rendering with Arnold? I've been doing some 3D sketches and wanted to hold it up. Jay, Go Z brings the polypaint over into Blender. Here, Go B add-on. Man, still have to look into that. Alright, let's open up Blender here. General, let's delete the default cube and add a cube. Just kidding. Let's create a plane and scale it up. And let's bring in the characters, anatomy study, face muscles. Hopefully it works. And Blender stopped working. Let's see if it can save itself. And this is why I wanted to reduce the poly count, because there's just so much geometry. Adrian, I think I should do the same as well. Laura Rolla? Hey, thanks for stopping by. You joined in at the right time. Currently waiting for Blender to... Oh, okay, it did. So... Awesome, so the details still hold up. Scale 1 point, really, only? I'm a bit confused about the hierarchy and like object space in Blender, because it says here that the scale is like I see. So setting it to 2 only changes one subtool. Let's try it here. Changes only one subtool as well. Is there a way to change it for all? I just drag and drop over all of the sliders here. So I drag a line so everything gets selected, and then it fills in the number that I type in for all of the axes. It should work for location as well. Control J. But then they're all one tool, right? Maybe it's the way in Blender to go. Yeah, normally what I would do is to make a group in Maya, and this will have like this will act as a, how do you say, parent for all these tools that are in there. Because if I import new objects from the anatomy study now into Blender and want to get the same translation, I would have to remember the scale factor. Yeah, I think parenting it to a... Maybe I will do that for the actual study when I do the proper rendering. Right now I just want to have a test. So Shift A to add empty. Let's try it. Shift A, empty. Plane axis. And then probably Shift to parent. Oh, I see. So the other way around. Thanks, Jay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just more used to how it works in Maya. I think there is different philosophies of how to approach things, and I still have to get a feeling of how it's done in Blender. But Blender is still pretty cool. So let's go to the skull. I actually want to see how many polygons this has, and as you can see, the active poly count isn't that large, so that's fine with me. Yeah, I will do that for the rest, or for the other stuff. So empties are basically nulls. All right. Yeah, this is what I was searching for. All right. In the case of the bone, I have to use the multi-map exporter, but without merge maps. So let's do that. Skull. And this will create an individual map for each subtool. And right now I only have 4. Thanks, Jay, for the tips. Yeah, I just saw the info box popping up, so I just thought, why not try it out. All right, so this is all in there. So Z plugin, Now I can export everything as a FBX, and it should be around a few million polygons, like 2 maybe, 1 or 2. So let's see how Blender will handle that. Alright, so let's switch to Blender, import FBX and Sculpt, and this will probably take a second as well. There we go. Yeah, let's join everything together as well. No, let's do it proper. So Shift A, empty plane axis, and let's do the eyes, lower teeth, mandible, skull, and shift to the empty one. And let's scale the empty to 200. And voila. Thanks, Adrian. It seemed to have worked. So let's focus on here. Perfect. Yeah, in Blender it seems to be quite sensitive thing to do. Also the 3D cursor, the red circle is the spawn point for new objects. Oh, that's convenient. So where was it? Was it item? View, 3D. Okay, so here I do have the translations for the 3D cursor. So if you select your first empty, you can do Shift S and do cursor to select. That way all new things will spawn to the same spot. Ah, cool. Yeah, the thing that I want to stay consistent with is that I scale everything from the center of the world. So from this point here, so that I know that I only have to change the scaling factor and everything will match up when I start to forget what the scaling values were and stuff like that. So yeah, but this is just a test here anyway, so it's not that important in this case. So let's create a light, an area light. As a small studio setup here, scaling it up. So it's covering quite a lot of area. Plane underneath it as bounce lights. And let's connect the shaders. So this empty is the skull. And this one is the face, muscles, face. This way all the muscles are underneath each other. So let's hide the muscles for now. Let's toggle that. No, that doesn't work as well. Something else that's different as well. J. Okay, I have one empty. Maybe use the box one and line it up to your meshes when they're first imported. Key that scale, then go forward one frame and scale up the key that new scale so you can go back and forth. Then just keep parenting new meshes to the same empty frame one. Not quite sure if this is straightforward enough. What I would usually do in Maya is to create an empty, put the stuff that I imported it in there, scale it up to the scale that I want, and then just merge all the new imported stuff into this group, and then the values would change to counteract the translation of the group on top of that. And then I would just have to put the values of the new objects at 0 again, at the default values, and that would scale it and transition it to the point where I put the group at. So I hope I can do it similar in this case here as well. Let's see. Let's try to unparent the alt keeps transforms. So let's switch it in here. And as you can see, it has the scale of 2 when it had the scale of 0.01 before. And this way I could create a null object that has like the master transforms, put all of them in there. For example, let's put it in here. This would be the default import, so to say, when I imported new. And then I could parent it into the null object, and wait. Skull object, do the 2. Yeah, quite confusing right now. Let's forget it. I think you can do the 2, actually just parent them at frame 2 or whatever new scale you want. If you hover the viewport with the objects you want to parent and the empty select, hit Ctrl P, you get several options, keep transform. Yeah, I saw that as well. I think I will go with this direction. So, okay, what did I want to do? I wanted to set up the shaders next. Sorry, I'm already getting a bit tired. Alright, so shading. Let's create a new skull shader. Bone, and then cranium, and let's import the textures. So image texture, color into subsurface color. That should be the right one. Anatomy study, and then mandible skull. Which one is the right one? Skull 1. Good naming is key. Skull 1, 2 actually. Alright, Jay, I'll make a little video later and throw it in the Discord to show what I was talking about. I think it's essentially the same idea you were thinking of. Yeah, sometimes it's way easier to show it visually. When it comes to these things, it's sometimes really hard to show that or explain that with words. So thanks a lot. Cool. So the UVs still working. Awesome. Let's do a render actually. Eevee, not Eevee, but cycles. And it's for viewport 32, I think it's fine. Let's delete this light and use the area light as the main light source. So let's try 100, nope. 1000 probably is better. Maybe 500. Alright, this way it doesn't burn out. Alright, now my PC will get quite loud. I think, I don't know. I hope there isn't too much noise in the microphone right now. If it is, it's probably because of the fan of my laptop. So let's dial in the shader. Material properties. So subsurface to 1. And let's reduce the range of it. Ah, that looks already really cool. Okay. Let's change it to random walk as well. This will give more accurate results. And I wish there would be a color picker here. Is there a color picker? I could probably dial in a color here somewhere. Input texture vector. No map none. Combine X, Y, Z. Yeah, I have to dial it in here, so let's do it. 1.01, basically by a factor of 100 down, so 0.01. No. 1, 2, 1. It's getting the subsurface plug from your image texture. I put the image texture into the subsurface color, but right now I'm trying to dial in the radius, and this will define what the color of the subsurface effect will be. Let's see, let's unlink it. No, I want to control the effect in the radius, and the radius will define, like the RGB values will define how far the red, green or blue rays will penetrate the geometry. So if right now the red is the highest factor of them all, and so I will get a reddish color as a subsurface effect, because the red radius is the largest and will go through the mesh the furthest. And with this you can tweak the effect of the subsurface quite well. This doesn't actually look too bad. Maybe I will increase the green channel here as well. This will get more of a yellowish feeling. Let's decrease the overall subsurface. A slider that I would really like to have as well is a subsurface radius multiplier, which would be nice. Also, is the image texture using subsurface color to drive the amount? No, that's a good question what it's actually doing. Let's see. I think I don't even have to. Oh, I do. In Arnold, what I would usually do is don't use a texture for the base color at all, but only put it into the subsurface color. So I'm not quite sure how Cycles uses it, but in Arnold, as far as I know, the subsurface color defines the surface color of the area where you have the subsurface effect visible, but can't really tell here in Cycles. Seem to have should probably have both in the subsurface color and base color. Yeah. Can I do plus 0.01? Nope. Let's see. Plus equal 0.01? Nope. Is there a way to do like simple mathematical operations in the thing here? Because it would be nice to just say, okay, divide by 2, for example. Let's see. Blender operations in the math operations. Don't delete them. All right, let's see. Plus 0.2. The thing is that I overwrite all of the others, so I can't do all of them at once. By 2. Goddammit. And why use the RGB node into subsurface? I think it's set up by default. Or why not? Right. Let's see. Point noise. Shader. Where do I find it? RGB. I guess it makes it a bit easier. Thanks a lot. This is actually what I was looking for. Do you know these moments where you feel kind of stupid? This is me right now. So this is kind of cool. So this is like this serves as the radius multiplier, the value slider here, and this will define the color. So I want to go for a beige kind of color, like this. Yeah. Thanks, Jay, you're a lifesaver. And now I can reduce the value with this one. Yeah. I mean, this kind of looks really cool already, but it's way too strong of an effect. So maybe if we reduce the subsurface amount here. That's kind of cool, I think. Comes closer to the effect that I want. Adrian, I'm using cycles right now with the GPU rendering. So I've enabled cycles and I should use GPU compute. I think it's faster for me. And it doesn't put so much stress on my CPU. But for cycles, I really like it. I haven't tried too much with Eevee yet, because I really like ray traced accuracy. Let me try that out. Subsurface in here. I think this makes more sense when I painted a map for like a heat map, so to say. Would be more a black and white map for where I want to have the effect. For example, if I would have an object without, or where I have, let's say, a skin that has scales on it that don't, or that are supposed to have a lesser effect of subsurface or no subsurface at all, I could paint a black and white map to spare these parts of the skin, and then I could dial that into, or pipe that into, the subsurface amount. So optics kind of sucks. I like open image. Do I have optics? Yeah, I haven't tried a few different things here with the denoising, and it washes out quite a lot of details. So yeah. So I actually like the effect of it right now. So let's stick with this and change the specula. Make it more shiny. Nope. Higher roughness, and I think for bone this looks kind of cool. I will reduce the radius a little bit. And let's go with this. I think as a test it's okay. And let's create a new shader. So bone, mandible, pipe in the texture for the not progress characters, anatomy study, and this was the skull mandible, open image. Pipe it into base color, this looks good, and subsurface color. So now I want to have the same color node in here for the subsurface radius. Let's check 0.95 and 0.03 on 9 something, 0.73. So we should have the same subsurface scattering effect on both skulls, parts of the skull. Alright, same for the teeth. This should be fun because they are smaller, so the subsurface scattering effect might be more visible. Teeth. Billback, the TIFF image just has just a color? Yes, yes it does. So it's just the paint or the paint job that I did in Zbrush. So texture, image texture, open it. It's a bit annoying that, or if anyone knows how to toggle it, that it remembers the last location that I imported files from. This is for the upper teeth. So skull, lower teeth, skull 1. Proper naming, guys. This is always a good idea. Yeah, I love subsurface. Feels like I'm starting to slur a bit. Still have to dial in the subsurface amount, so 0.01. 0.01 for this one and for this one as well. 0.01. Oh no, not 0.1 but 0.1. 0.1 and 0.1. Yeah, probably just restarting the software did the trick. Sometimes there is no answer to software problems, it just happens. Bone, lower teeth. So image texture, open characters, anatomy study, lower teeth, color into base color and subsurface color. Control V to get my subsurface radius and this one to 0.1. 0.1. Kind of looks okay. It feels like the teeth can get away with a higher subsurface amount. And maybe desaturating the effect. Alright, I think it's good enough for a test. Doesn't have to be perfect, right? Just that looks cool. So eyes for this one. Let's increase the subsurface as well. And dial in the radius for this one. Subsurface RGB, subsurface color. Random walk. Maybe a thing that I should switch is the random walk. The method how they calculate the subsurface effect. And that looks much better here on the teeth. Yoshi, hey, thanks for stopping by. How are you, sir? Or madam? Sorry. Alright. Skull now looks, I think, ready for the muscles. So let's enable the all the muscles, and probably cycles will kill me for that. Nope, didn't. And the cool thing now, because all the muscles share the same texture map, I only have to do one shader. And they're all merged anyways, so that's a given. I'm female. Ah, I see. Sorry, I'm not familiar with the names, with foreign names, so how would you call it? Hello lady? My lady? I don't know. I'm probably just making a fool of myself. Alright, this object has a lot of materials. And it's probably easier if I just switch to the material preview while doing that. Or the solid. Thanks. Finn, what is your mental picture of everyone? Oh boy, that's a question. I don't know. Probably assigning like random friends of mine to all of you. But yeah, that's a really tricky question. Who is your audience? Yeah, Billback, that's probably a good idea. This is what I found really interesting attending a meetup with Ahmed Al-Duri. He's a YouTuber, more focused on painting and drawing and design and stuff, not so much for 3D, but meeting all the people there, and I think for him as well it was kind of cool to see just who is behind all the names. And this is what I think is so fascinating about these online communities, that there are all of you guys that are people behind all these names. And I hope that at one point I can meet some of you in real life as well, maybe at a convention or something like that. Or at a, I don't know, hangout. So yeah, you're all just emojis. Carla is now following. Thanks for the follow. let me quickly save this one here. So render test female echorche. Yeah, but it's really cool that so many people participate in the chat. It's really what makes it worthwhile for me to do all of that. So even though it's like probably for big streamers it's nothing, but such a cool experience. So thanks everybody. Yeah, vague clones probably fits the best, but still. Yeah, you can all assign a or choose your own emoji that represents you the best. So Bam already saved the sunglasses emoji for him. I hope. All right. So hopefully I can delete all of the unnecessary materials here. I have a shitty goatee at the moment. Oh boy. If you don't like it, then oh boy. If you like it, some people really rock a goatee. We had this no shave November once at a studio where I worked, so I wore a mustache for a month, which doesn't suit me at all. I think. Oh, awesome. A heart for beautiful Fang. It's awesome. Smiley without a mouth. Seem to be more on the quiet side. Carl. Awesome guys and girls. What kind of mustache? It was like it was covering the entire upper lip. I was going for like I don't know, like the one in what is it called again? I forgot the name. But this I can't. Yeah, it was a thick mustache. Drawer stabbing. Awesome. A caterpillar. That's a nice choice. Oh man. Subsurface radius, let's increase it. Alright, I hope the muscles turn out nice now. Oh boy, that's frightening. No, why is the one muscle not working? God damn it. Alright. Switch to random walk. Oh, this doesn't look that good at all. Alright, here it seems that the geometry penetrates each other. How do I get rid of that? But in general, it kind of looks cool. Let's increase the specular amount and decrease the roughness a little. Not that much. Jar, this RTX 3090 just came and disrupted the whole purpose of the EV engine just cause with AI denoising it's crazy fast. Yeah, I think just 1 year of waiting time to get one will be worth it. Hopefully they will be back in stock soon. I just saw the memes of everybody having a temper tantrum because it was sold out like a millisecond after it released. No, I didn't. And I wasn't going to get one because I have a laptop at the moment and not a proper PC. And this prevents me from upgrading it with... It would be funny to just put like a proper RTX 3090 into my laptop. Would be quite the fun side, I would imagine. Oh boy. Increasing the subsurface radius really messes up the render. The other subsurface scattering method just doesn't look good at all. Random walk. Huh. Thanks, Yoshi. Still have to tweak it quite a lot to get it down to a proper... Let's see, let's get away with this. Subsurface color is crucial. Let's try something out. Let's see if when I disable the skull, for example, if it would do the same for all the things here. Skull. Why isn't it doing anything? There we go. So this is what causes the black issue. I know what's wrong with it. Why some part is black? Change the GGX, multi-scatter GGX. This doesn't seem to change much. But I think what the issue might be is when I go to rendering, light paths, the volume maybe. It seems like it doesn't get enough rays through the... Is it transmission? I see. 10 0 volumes Too bad there isn't a subsurface slider here, but it should be transmission if I'm not mistaken. One. Let's put it to 0. This doesn't have an effect at all. Transmission is glass. Yeah, I'm wondering what the like under what category subsurface falls. Is it transparency? It's not transparency. It should be volume. Maybe something on texture node. Yeah, if I disable all the textures, it still has the black parts, and this is where geometry intersects. So my guess is that there's probably a slider or a checkbox that says include everything as one or as one volume, not individual volumes. I'm not quite sure if it's here somewhere. Settings, pass index, transmission. Yeah, it's probably transmission, but it doesn't seem to have an effect on it. So if I change it to 0, it's still the same. So let's change diffuse to 0, 0. This changed something, the glossiness. So if I put it on 0, the black seems to be darker. So let's try it with 10. There is a difference, but not a huge one. So let's leave it at 4. Transmission. Okay. Let's see in the material node. Multiscatter bump only. Volume linear cubic. Pass index. No, that doesn't do anything about it. Yeah, I think so too. Which is kind of a bummer because in Arnold this would actually work. So I guess I have to live with it for the moment. Let's plug the color back into the stuff. But the black temporalis is bothering me quite a lot. Probably have to check here again. So nope. There we go. So I will delete the temporalis just for now in Blender and re-import just the one muscle. Yashi, Finn, how many hours do you work per day? It depends. When I do have a job in a studio, a full-time one, that I, for example, had a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I would work together with the stuff that I would do on the side around, I don't know, 60 hours a week, maybe a bit more. And if I don't have work, maybe 40, 30, 40, depends on how I feel. So sometimes more, sometimes less. There's also subsurface translucency in the material settings under viewport display. Let me quickly get rid of the one muscle and then I will try it out. So layout, this one, go in edit mode, and then I zoom in just to see that I switch to face, and then only the linked to this one. Delete, dissolve faces. Come on, delete it. So scene film transparent and subsurface translucency in the material settings. Under viewport display, does it affect the render? Hey. Dissolve faces. Come on, delete it. Why doesn't it want to be deleted? Come on. I see. Okay. Yeah, for Eevee it makes sense because it's like for the viewport, but why isn't it dissolving delete faces? Okay, yeah, makes sense if it's not useful for the render that I'm using to hide it. It saves a bit of confusion. So, faces. All right. Is the shader still working? Let's see. Yeah. So you said scene film transparent. Scene film transparent. Just made the background transparent, unfortunately. Thanks, Billbeck. Yeah, I think I just had to use the normal face and not dissolve face. So I guess I just used the wrong setting. I think if I reduce the radius, it will get rid of the amount of blackness, so to say, that is here at the edges, but it also reduces the subsurface scattering effect. Alright, let's turn it off completely. That's really too bad that this happens right now. So close. I guess what I would have to do is to merge everything together in Zbrush, do a Dynamesh on top of everything, and redo all the painting, so that it is actually one mesh instead of intersecting meshes. Blender SSS, shader, multiple objects. Let's see. Because there are options in Arnold, for example, that deal with this kind of stuff. Obvious method, random walk, output, BSRDF. This doesn't do much. This makes makes a huge difference. Maybe if we let's problem is with these algorithms, with the Christensen-Burley method, I don't get these nice transitions in the subsurface that I'm going for. Let's try it again. This one, let's just push the effect to the maximum. You can see how drastic the difference is. Like, this is the random walk, and this is the Christensen-Burley, and it's completely different. What a bummer. But the cartilage looks kind of cool. So the nose and the ears. Yeah, actually, there should be one software where you can do all the work at one. Yeah, I think it will happen in the future. Drawer, you can try branch path tracing and play with the subsurface controls. Where do I get access to these options? Is it here in the render? Branch path tracing, subsurface. Let's try it out. For light paths. It's just having an effect on the samples that I'm using. Advanced mini light bounces, mini transparent bounce. I think this is a dead end. Probably there isn't an implementation for this yet. So I guess I have to live with this effect for now. Let's reduce it down to a minimum. And the artifacts that are going on here. Just for complete. Oh, let's see. I'm thinking about doing like a half-half render, but maybe it's too much right now. So switch it back. Bullback. I think it has everything, but I'm not sure. Blender is getting closer and closer to having everything. I mean, it's not as good as in certain things as other softwares that are focused just on a specific task, but still Blender has quite a lot. But still, Blender can be criticized. There's always room for improvement. So, all right, let's see. Does it still have UVs or not? Let's work on a clone. Flatten UVs. God damn it, it doesn't have any UVs. Shit. Okay, so I have to unwrap it. Go in here. Copy UVs. And paste UVs here. And it gets rid of all my poly painting. Why, for God's sake. There we go. Alright, I think this is still sufficient for today. I'm going close to 5 hours now, so I think it's okay. Let's go into our camera to view. Let's do a render of it. And let's see how it looks. So the stream will come to an end soon. How long have you been streaming already today? Yeah, around 4.5 hours, 4 hours 40, I think, right now. So thanks everybody who stayed for that long today. Man, that's so... The effect of the subsurface scattering is really cool. If it wasn't for the black artifacts. So yeah, let's just increase the subsurface a bit, even though it might increase the black artifacts. I want to have the ones in the ear as well. So let's do it again. Twitch says 4 hours 40. All right. Billbeck, Finn, can I ask you how old you are? I am 26. Yeah, time flew by today. A little crazy. So let's increase the render. Let's do a 516 and do another render. And I think with this one, I will end the stream. Oh. Yeah, look at the subsurface scattering around the eyelids, for example. This gives a much softer look. So Yashui, why are you going live when it's late here? Sorry, it's late someplace in the world at all times, so... Jay, you're 26? Yeah. That's awesome, man. Yeah, people think that I'm older a lot of times. It happens quite often. I think when I was 16 I was mistaken for 26 or something like that. I don't know, maybe it's because of my beard. But yeah. Still young, still going strong, hopefully for a while. Alright. Despite the black artifacts, I think it's still kind of a nice effect, and I will hopefully get the rest of the study to this kind of level. Thanks, Carl. Bill back now, I feel old and late for learning good these things. It's never too late for starting, so... I mean, I started doing this stuff when I was, I don't know, in 10th grade, if I'm not mistaken. So... Yashi, I think you're in your 30s. Thanks, I take it as a compliment, hopefully. So yeah, I guess this is it. This is the result that I managed to get to today. Hopefully on Sunday I will get through more of the rest of the study. Maybe I will even do a bit of the muscles and combining and UVing offline of the stream, because it's quite repetitive. And then maybe I will get to a full body shot similar to this one, or to this level of quality, and hopefully it will turn out nice in the end. So thanks everybody for joining today. Really appreciate everyone in the chat and participating. It's really nice to chat with all of you. Pavel, lol, the same with age. I'm 17 years and people in my surrounding thought I'm near 20-25 until I shaved my beard. Yeah, probably when I shaved my beard I look like, I don't know, 15 again. So I feel you, definitely. So yeah, thanks everybody. I think it's time to go to bed now for me. It's 11:15 right now, PM. So Yashvi, I'm still learning sculpting faces. Hope it will not take years. It will. It probably will. But if you have fun doing it, then the time will fly by, and it's time worth spent. So keep doing it if you like it. It's really a great journey, especially if you see how you improve over the years. So I think people in general are really bad at judging how old people are. So the next stream for anyone that's interested will be on Sunday. Maybe I will start a bit sooner, maybe an hour earlier than today. So wherever you are right now, I usually start 5 hours prior to now. In Germany it's 6 PM. I don't know what time it is where you are, but yeah, so 5 hours from now, or 5 hours prior to now is my usual time, and maybe I will start on Sunday an hour earlier. But yeah, I will make the YouTube announcement, or the announcement of the video earlier that day, probably maybe the day prior to that. So yeah, I hope to see some of you guys and girls on Sunday as well. And I really, or what I wanted to say before I go to sleep, because I'm really tired, I really appreciate anyone that check into the stream regularly. It really means a lot, and it gives me the feeling that these streams are somewhat valuable to a few of you at least. So thanks everybody. I hope you have a good night or a good morning wherever you are, and I will see all of you on Sunday, hopefully. So take care everybody, and till next time. Let's wait for the chat if there's, not that I miss anything, but it's probably, yeah. Good night, Bam, Yashvi, Jay, thanks everyone, and Carl, Pavel, thanks for stopping by today. And yeah, I'm getting higher of my tiredness right now, so I should end it. Bye everybody.